up and delaying fights gives you, as well as this, the flexibility. Beastmaster and Kunkka both overlap a lot in the roles and where they can play, so there's that potential, you know, for Tundra to move things around depending where their draft goes. We've even seen drafts where the three core heroes aren't locked into their lane until the very end of the draft, and then they see, oh, that's the enemy 5-man lineup, we'll move this guy here, move that guy there.
In competitive Dota, you have a lot of value from people having overlapping roles, like, oh, I can play this hero, and so can I. And then that leaves it open, and the opponents have to think, oh, wait, who is playing that? Where are they going? In general, though, we're going to keep it pretty simple and say that, you know, see that Silencer and Ringmaster are going to be supports this game. The Caudle and the Tusk are going to be supports this game. There's pretty much no swapping those things around. And then you have your cores, of course. So Team Spirit are looking for an offlane hero. That's why we saw Tundra banning out Mart, a hero who can keep the enemy stuck in an area. He puts down a big arena and the enemy can't leave. Would be really good to allow the Templar Assassin to get some damage done.
That's something that Team Spirit are kind of missing right now, right? They've got this scaling ability, the ability to farm items and be powerful in that mid to late game with TA and Ember Spirit. A bit of, you know, team fight control, saving through Silencer and Ringmaster, but they don't have that hero which Tundra has a lot of, the go hero, the go do shit hero. Kunkka, Tusk, Beastmaster, we see, you know, tons of stuns and ways to catch people. Team Spirit would love to have something along those lines, and Mars fits that bill real nicely.
Effectively, we could say that Team Spirit have pretty much no immediate stun right now. Yeah. All of it is kind of conditional. They have Searing Chains, which can hold you in place. Ember can put some chains that the enemy cannot move. They're rooted. Ringmaster can whip you, and that fears you to run in the opposite direction. And he similarly has an ulti. If you look at it, you get taunted into it. You get pulled into it. He can combo those two, but neither of them is a direct immediate stun. So a bit difficult for Team Spirit to lock down Tundra's last pick hero coming out. What carry they opt to go towards, or if it's going to be something like a carry Kunkka. We've seen it before in this tournament as well.
Yeah, very well could be.
5 seconds, Morty. It'll be fine.
Is there something that they are lacking? Do we you know, still need to answer this Templar Assassin some way? Does the Razor counter the TA?
Yeah, Razor is pretty nasty for TA. Once she gets Blink Dagger, she can blink away from him, but if she can't blink away from the Razor, Razor's one of those heroes who thrives on being next to you for a long duration. Ulti takes down your armor and deals damage to you passively as you stand next to him when the ulti is going. And he has Static Link, which passively drains your damage over a period of time. So you need to be able to get away from Hurricane Pike is going to be a huge item for TA to push him away. And even against Tusk to get across his ice shards. Otherwise, catch the TA as well.
Now, last pick. Team Spirit have found an Underlord. Oh, no, I'm going to look at the stats for this because that's another hero that is a bit of a surprise for me.
Not the Underlord, Gareth.
2 picks, 2 wins so far. Who's done it? Falcons and Liquid have both won this hero.
Yeah, but you know that's Falcons as well. I've said that Falcons are an exception when it comes to Underlord. I've told you that before.
You have, yeah.
So it's essentially one win is what we're. That means it's the loss. I'm not a big fan of Underlord. This big lord of a hero that comes in is very immobile, other than his ulti opening up a portal that can move you and your team across the map. While that's nice, it's not as flexible as Caudle doing that basically all the time. He is also not really as tanky as some of the other offlaners. And again, Gareth, it's a hero that doesn't have a real disable. So yeah. Team Spirit are essentially playing with no actual stun on their team. And I'm always critical to drafts like that because it's so hard. And if you don't win late stage here as Team Spirit, they will struggle to gank people. It will be really hard to get kills.
Yeah, well, we often come back to this ease of execution phrase, right? We talk about the ease of execution. The multitude of stuns that Tundra has makes it easy for any hero, any pairing of heroes to find an enemy target, start on them, and then follow through, make sure they can't react, do damage, kill them in the end. And that's, you know, Tundra going to have an easier time starting things off. Team Spirit need all of these it's like a Swiss watch, right? There's like a million moving cogs and whirring pieces. All these pieces have got to be working in symphony and unison. They've got to have the almost perfect read of the game. They need lots of information to be able to do what they need to do.
Yeah, I'm conflicted now because on one hand, Team Spirit, they picked that Underlord, which I don't like, but on the other hand, Don is using my item in game on Templar Assassin.
Oh, yeah?
You know, he's got my set and he's playing my hero. I gotta favor them now. I gotta hope that Team Spirit can do it. I can't root against my girl. See if they can bring this game back to
the whole set that's yours.
No, he's
The
using a mix, but the hood and the legs are mine, and then the side blades are an immortal item.
And the green pumpkin underneath as well. That's a
Well, that's if you have like $2,000 to spare, you can buy the pumpkin. Yeah, it changes all your projectiles look differently on every single hero in the game.
That's wild.
You just it's also $2,000 to have it for a while. Then you need to buy it again. So obviously, for new players, these cosmetics and stuff in Dota, none of it is actually ever something you need to buy. Really, it's not really a pay-to-win game. It's the opposite. Very free to play.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some things like 99.99% free to play, right? There's been like Mirana arrows and some things that have been a little bit wonky on release.
Yep.
Sometimes even pay to lose, which makes it harder for you to play. But yeah, in the end, cosmetics don't matter all that much at all.
Body blocks in the shards. TA might be in trouble.
Yeah, had already spent her spell, has a couple of wand charges, but Tundra brought the numbers. All of their heroes there with that delayed smoke allowed them to move into position and find the isolated spirit carry.
Killed my hero, Gareth. They brought him down.
You want to change your prediction now?
No, my prediction and my heart are two things in this game. I want the TA to win, but this is going to be an uphill battle. She has a useless offlaner.
The slug boy.
I think if there's one hero that I don't put faith in competitive Dota, it has to be Underlord. Historically, he's let me down more times than any other.
What's the problem with him? You talked about how his Fiend's Gate is going to be able to maybe match some of the Keeper of the Light's global presence, but there's got to be a reason why they've picked Collapse this hero.
Yeah, I mean, there's nice things about it. Let's list off the nice things because there's less of those than there are bad things. So he does have a huge AoE root. Pit of Malice in this game against the mobility of Tusk can be amazing. If he snowballs somewhere, which is one of their main saving tools, then Pit of Malice can hold you once you get out of that snowball. So snowball blinking is not going to be possible against him. That can be a really nice. And obviously he brings a lot of AoE damage with the Firestorm against some of these heroes that have massive HP pool. The Firestorm does do percentage-based damage of your max HP. That can also be really, really great. And I'm pretty done. Beyond that, he doesn't really gank that well. He is going to be a bit item for some of the initiations and teamfight impacts.
And his lane is going to be hard. Against a Razor and a Tusk, there's an awful lot of chasing potential from these two heroes, something that this Underlord struggles heavily against. And Razor has just been known as, the hero that kind of goes and walks the dog, right? You put a leash on these slow-moving enemy cores, you drain their damage, and you whittle them down. In case it's the Ringmaster who dies, but still start to the lane from Tundra.
It's also a Crystallis Razor. He's level 30 in this on this hero. In game, of course, right now, but see the little icons for which players have played their heroes, and the symbol you have on the Razor there, that's the Grandmaster tier. That literally means he's a nerd who plays this hero a bunch.
He denies one of the water runes. So in the mid lane, very often you've got these guys going for bottles, which have a ton of regen, but only 3 charges. And once you finish those charges, you can go and refill them in the base, in the fountain, or you can wait for some of these runes to spawn up. So every 2 minutes there's these water runes. It looks like Rue is just going to die to this Razor and Tusk again. Sad times for them up there. But of course the water runes, then bounty runes, and then active runes. Tons of way to refill it. But something that 33's Beastmaster has done with his summons is to go and deny the rune so his teammate can refill.
He's actually taking a bit body block from the illusion. Wow, that was a sick play. Ringmaster had an illusion around, used it to block the Razor, make sure they couldn't get away, and somebody dies on the back of the Firestorm and the Pit of Malice. You know, Underlord out here to prove me wrong. He's looking for some love. I've been hating on this hero for a long time, but again, I'm gonna give the credit to the Ringmaster for that kill because he was doing the impressive part.
I didn't see that coming. 33 in the meantime, down at some dragging waves around. He's gonna die. Miposhka's Silencer picks up the kill there. And then top lane, more aggression, back onto Collapse. There's Rue with the whip crack, but this Underlord is dead, and Chrysalis with 69 stolen attack damage. He's gonna chase down the Ringmaster now with the help of Whitemon Snowball.
He had a strongman tonic, but couldn't really even get a chance to use it on the Ringmaster. He could have healed himself a little bit, but this top lane already looking to be very difficult, and that's why I didn't see last game they had a tough time on the off, and that seems to be the case again. Whitemon and Chrysalis just kind of have their number.
Always an interesting spot though, where you've got this Razor Tusk who are kind of dominating the lane, killing heroes, but Collapse is ahead in last hits. You know, he's giving his life away to get farm, while Chrysalis is giving up farm to get killed.
I mean, Collapse is understanding at least the value of respawning with full HP, full mana. So a lot of times when the enemy commit to try and kill you, they will go a bit low from doing so. And then when you come back, you can just play aggressively in their face. And that's what we see Collapse doing. You have to basically, you know, meet the punch, you know, go straight.
That was not yours.
And then this mid lane, Ember Spirit against Kunkka, even between these two. And quite often, melee hero versus melee hero matchups are just hitting creeps, trading farm, getting runes, and kind of waiting for either heroes to come mid to play around the active rune timing or catapult timings, or they'll move to side lanes to make action of their own.
Yeah, I think importantly, the M9 is pretty impressive in this lane. That's a lot more than I would have expected him to get, so he's playing really well. Bottom lane, 33 gets forced to teleport to safety, of course. No disable or way to cancel that teleport on the side of Silencer or TA. It'll be fine. A lot of times in Dota, you can find yourself with that. If the enemy just doesn't have any stun, you can always TP to base, and it's the meme. Just TP.
Just TP home. Team Spirit having great first 5 minutes of this stage, though. Assassin in particular. Even though Radahn died before the creep spawned, before anything had really happened, it hasn't dampened anything, right? It didn't really lose any gold, didn't really care about anything.
Yeah.
A bit of money went into Tundra, but this TA is now farming completely freely, and Tundra have given up on the lane, focusing fully on the jungle now.
Exactly. So TA is going to be farmed very rapidly down here, but there are stacks being made, as we mentioned. We talked about it a bit in the first game. Oh, tempt onto BZM, but he's going to go back home. Just TP, as we said.
You called it, and there it is.
But if we direct our attention a bit towards the triangle of Dire, you can see the massive stack of neutrals. There are normally not that many creeps. In fact, both triangles here, as we call them, these areas where there's a lot of creeps on the high grounds, or just a bit building.
High value, high priority area. And even
really
this
makes
early
sense
on,
to call it a triangle, perhaps, but there used to be 3 creep camps here, you know, and it's still a triangle to us Dota players. That's why this area that they're in right now is called the triangle.
I don't know, we're going to call it the diamond or something now? The outpost and the watcher with the 2 camps makes kind of a baseball diamond shape, maybe.
Yeah, but
A lot
good luck
of triangle.
training their community to that one.
That's not happening at all. So after clearing the stack, Team Spirit, they're being contested. Tundra would have loved to come in here to try and steal away some of that gold. Instead, they'll get the kill on the Underlord, who tried to walk into these ancient creeps, which could have killed him and not then give gold to his opponents.
Yeah, it was not close. It was a good attempt. Sometimes you see that you have no way out of a fight. The best thing you can do is have a friend deny you if possible, but that requires certain abilities to be used on you. And this just die to neutral creeps. Didn't really
Well,
get it though.
As we all know, the best way to learn something is repetition, 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 and repetition. Minute 7 has come and gone. The Wisdom Shrines are done. All these little jobs that especially the supports are doing, guarding active runes, getting Wisdom Shrines, stacking up camps. They've got this, you know, they're just clock watching, right? But not in the bad way. They're not waiting for stuff to tick over until it's their turn. They've got lots of stuff on their plate that they have to keep doing.
Like, Alice can get really good at killing Team Spirit if repetition is the you know, method of learning, because he has 5 kills already on the Razor.
Oh, yeah.
He's off to a very nice start for himself. It is pretty close between him and TA in net worth, even though Templar Assassin has farmed a lot more creeps and will doing that because she is a fast farming hero. She kills jungle creeps really, really quickly. And right around now, minute 8, he's gonna start to move into the jungle more to propel his farm. This is also how you get those neutral items we mentioned in the previous game for both yourself and your team.
And again, contesting these stacks, very important for both teams. If nothing else, just to get information and knowledge of what the opponents are doing. So Miposhka and Lyle, they're here to maybe get a snipe, a kill, steal some stacks. But Tundra really showing how important this valuable area is, right? 4 heroes are brought to defend it.
They will put a lot of emphasis, and Beastmaster's gonna clear out the Ancients. The axes he's throwing, they don't do that much damage to begin with, but the more times he throws those axes, they put a stacking multiplier and will clear out the camp faster and faster. Same works on heroes. It's just the damage amplification adding up over time.
Of haste.
This is where the laning stage is pretty much fully broken down now. We don't have this 2 top, 1 mid, 2 bottom kind of mentality. It is becoming a free-for-all. So Lyle's Ember Spirit moves top with the Miposhka, Silencer, and Collapse Underlord. Kills the Crystalist Razor, who is alone up here, and now starts to threaten a bit of damage on this tier 1 tower. So it's posing a question to Tundra saying, hey, are you in hero here to defend? Or are you going to go bottom to try and play aggressively our safe lane? What are you going to do?
Looks like bottom might be the priority for them, as top is looking tough to hold. Rotation, by the way, was really, really strong due to Ember having a haste rune. Arguably the best rune early game for ganking.
Well,
You get max movement speed.
they move up to top. Whitemon and BZM start on the Collapse Underlord. Tons of ways to stun him, make sure he can't TP or walk home. And they also spotted Miposhka. So the Silencer there hiding in the fog of war behind the trees. And Tusk walked into a little alleyway where he caught a glimpse of the Silencer. And eventually they'll be able to catch up to him as he tries to deny himself to Ancients, but again, not going to work.
Yeah, that's gonna be him just going down as well. Not easy for him to get away. And by the way, we said earlier that Kunkka's ultimate ability is a boat, but he has the shark cosmetic, so if you ever get confused, it's a big shark instead.
Yeah. That's a couple of bounty runes which are left there. Yeah, sometimes you have these parts of the map that aren't really being contested or played in, so the runes can stack up and spawn.
Middle tower's under attack.
Bounty
Mid
runes
tower?
stack, but active runes do not. They get replaced when the timer comes.
Okay. To defend this tower, but took a lot of damage just to go close. As Silencer turns himself into a pig and runs away.
Yeah, it's one of the greatest things about this Ember Spirit. He has level 4 in his slot. Fist, which is ability where he jumps around from target to target, hitting them all around. He's able to do that at a pretty quick pace every 7 seconds, so he can scout out up high ground, he can chip away at people, and poke at them from long range without committing his actual hero.
Radiant are trying to put their emphasis towards the top lane, but their support has been caught on mid. Just get himself to safety, it looks like.
Radan has shown up, so this high farm TA is going to come in here, exert a bit of pressure, and make sure her teammates don't get run over completely, as it's
All
starting
gonna
to
take
look
the
like
taxi
Tundra
now.
are doing that.
Just Unlord, never mind. This portal that shows up, this Unlord, his ulti allows him to traverse the map, and his teammates can also join. You can go back and forth between these gates.
Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under
So
attack.
his ultimate is purely a mobility tool. It does give you some buffs after you go through it as well. Giving you movement speed and introduction for a little while so that you're stronger when you arrive.
Radiant just fortified their structures.
Meanwhile, we've got the Zoo Master. 33, well known for his arrows which summon a bunch of little babies. So right now he's got a couple of boars, he's got a hawk, but he also has an item, Helm of the Dominator, which takes over one of the neutral creeps in the jungle. So the purple fella that just Hadouken down the creep wave, the Satyr, is under his control, which allows him to push this tower very quickly, and also makes a massive army, which is kind of hard to break past. So Silencer and Ember Spirit, who stepped up there, actually get run down, forced away, as Team Spirit couldn't defend their tower.
And Team Spirit also haven't achieved parity in this. They have not taken the top tier 1 tower, so Dire holding on to a building advantage. And the towers are so important because in Dota you can teleport out to them. So this gives you more access to the map if you don't lose your towers early game. defending or taking down the enemy towers is the main objective right now.
Speaking of teleporting, right, we see this Keeper of the Light showing why he's so strong. The Kunkka was bottom, playing aggressively there, then farming. Kossel pulls him into mid. Now he's got X-Mark to play around in that mid lane, while the rest of the team is still sitting down bottom. So you're exerting pressure on multiple parts of the map, making things a little more difficult for Team Spirit to get out there on these lanes. Not quite sure where they're going to come from.
Yeah, for these players, I mean, between either of these teams, you're probably looking at like over 100,000 hours of experience playing the game between the total of players. And they have a very good read built in just by that, okay, it takes about this long for this hero to run here. But auto with a recall facet, which is very common now, can offset that a bit and make it hard for them to keep track of where people are going. It's not a facet that has been played that much, so it does mess with the players' sort of game read a bit.
What is it, every 45 seconds? There's 85-second cooldown on the ultimate, 40-second duration.
Yeah, there's a bit of a downtime, but you can do it multiple times during that interval as well.
Deny on the tower. You talked about denying creeps earlier on in lane to stop the opponents getting experience and every time, it's the same with creeps and towers, right? 10%, if it's below 10% of their HP, you're able to deny it.
Creeps you can deny from 50%, but the tower is 10% HP for deny. But yeah, creeps you can deny early. Denying that is just gonna take away some gold for Team Spirit. They still get rid of the map control at least. Both teams moving towards bottom part. We talked about the first boss of the game. It's down here in the bottom right corner. The Tormentor is about to spawn. Both teams want it, but they have to fight first.
The high ground is scary, so they slide to fist, trying to give the vision. The Ice Shard blocks them. Global Silence is kind of wasted. Now Tundra able to turn back around and get a snipe on the Ringmaster. They'll chase him down, axe him, get the kill, and Team Spirit completely didn't get down a hero, and they know that Tundra is strong, so they don't want to stand and fight. They're kind of stuck down in this river, and they might just get chased down here. The Templar Assassin knows she has to turn and try and punch back, but with the stone coming in, that roar into punch, Radahn is dead, and the Underlord who comes through his gate here collapsed into the middle of 5.
This Underlord hero,
not where you want to be.
I have a lot of love for Collapse, and you know, he's a very, very experienced pro player. He's in highlight of TIs, but I feel like when you're that skilled as a player, playing Underlord has to almost be criminal how little skill expression the hero has. It's so hard to make this hero look good. He just comes in and dies at the end of that fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy who's been known for his Mars, his Magnus, heroes that jump in and drag people around, have multiple spells, which is skill shot based. Underlord is the polar opposite to all of that. And we can see there from the fight cap, so 2,000 gold going to Tundra. Team Spirit lose 444 gold, and you can see all the experience, the damage dealt to each side as well. So Spirit got no experience because they didn't have anyone.
Damage done was enormous there coming out from the Beastmaster. So the heart of the fight. So that's the off-lane difference right now. 33 is by far the strongest on the field. Yes, the net worth is basically neck and neck between him and TA. But TA is a carry hero who wants to scale. She's built to farm. And Beastmaster is built to crush towers and take over the game early. So they're different in the mentality there.
Gold distribution seems like a repeat of last game. It does, right? I mean, is this indicative of how the teams are playing? What their style is?
Yeah, I think we have the same sort of effect here. And honestly, I don't even necessarily want to say that the draft is just greedier or more aimed to late game. I think it's just not really that strong of a draft compared to what Tundra ended up with. We do have that in high-level games. Sometimes we just see what we feel is an outdraft one way or another. My gut tells me, like, with every fiber of my being, that I want to be on Dire's team if I play in this game. The hero pool looks nice. The Radiant hero pool, it's tricky to play. I pointed out a lot during the draft that I don't have any raw disables, like proper lockdown, and that gives Tundra a lot of leeway in how they take fights.
Especially with these hero pairings or triplets, right? We talked about that in the draft as well, where Team Spirit currently don't really have people who want to hold hands, fly into the enemy forest and find kills. They need to be 5-man group up, And later in the game, they'll feel more comfortable. Whereas Tundra have been playing as 2 or 3 or 4, finding snipes on enemy heroes. And that's, as a knock-on effect, allowed Crystallis to not only catch up, but kind of overtake the TA. And we've not seen while he's been off the map scaling.
Look at this dragon. This looks like a bonus hero added to the game, and that's basically what it is. He's went for an item. First item, the Helm of the Overlord. Take not just any creep in the jungle, but the strongest neutral there is. He picked up an ancient black dragon. This creep is really, really strong because it has AoE splash damage. It also gives bonus armor to allies, and it has a fireball that you can put on the ground if you want to deal some magic damage as well.
By far the
This
best.
is great for
ancient creep,
pushing.
isn't it?
Oh yeah. There are like niche uses for different creeps, of course, but overall, this one is the strongest.
The Team Spirit got a decent amount of wave clear spells which push back these pushes building up. And the Firestorm, Arcane Curse kind of shove them back without really showing your hero or committing. So they hold on to their tier 2 and say, Tundra, this is not your area of the map to hold anymore.
33 just saw his dragon was a bit wounded, so instead of being a good guy and healing his poor dragon, you know, sending it home, maybe a little bath in the fountain, he just replaced it with a new black dragon. No love for his friend there. They're just cogs in the machinery.
Dispensable creeps.
There's that fireball. Leaves a little damage effect on the ground. It's not that good against heroes, but can push out creep waves really well sometimes.
This is where things can get challenging for Spirit. So bottom lane gets pushed in, and that means Saxa's Keeper of the Light can kind of plant himself there. Mid lane does open up here for Larl. Gets a catch onto two heroes with a global silence over the top, but the snowball and this Kunkka's run keeps them both alive for long enough. Whitemon, he will die, but it looks like Tundra, they kept BZM alive, and the Razor draining all the damage from Collapse, looking to get the kill onto him. BZM's Kunkka did die in the end. Ticked over some damage to Boschka. So in the Team Spirit, I mean, I'm pretty happy with the way things are going, especially if they can get the catch. Third Breeze Beastmaster being run at here. Radan opening up onto him, but they're lacking the control. They can't keep him held in one place. They have the damage, but not the control to stop him from running away.
Honestly, it was like a dream fight for Team Spirit. They fought into only 2 heroes at first from Tundra. They got the double Searing Chain into Whip into double Wheel of Wonder lockdown. So they got what I was saying that they have a really hard time doing. Full lockdown 2 heroes. And even with that, the fight wasn't decisively won.
Yeah.
You could argue it was a win, but not really by a lot.
It really just goes to show, right, that they need all 5. That was at 5v2, which Tundra almost drew.
Yeah, and at the end of it, it's still Tundra taking down the Roche. So they now put Aegis in the hands of 33, who is absolutely just steamrolling ahead in items. He's got the Aghanim Scepter, got that Helm of Overlord, allowing him to have the dragon that we talked about before. But his Aghanim Scepter makes him bang these moves, and it leaves a nice damage around him. It also keeps healing him up. So he's turning into this hero you can't ignore now.
Yeah, now this 8,000 lead from Tundra is about to grow to, 10, 11, 12k, depending on what the next steps are. The tier 2's obviously
On the Kunkka.
incredibly good objectives to take. The Team Spirit, trying to have a stab in the dark up north onto BZM's Kunkka, who throws out his boat, has his Admiral's Rum, so reasonably tanky. We'll see if that damage over time can finish him off, as he's global silenced with an Arcane Curse on him, so he does tick down.
Yeah, he accidentally dodged the first Illuminate coming out from Caudle there. Otherwise, the heal might have saved him for a little while, but he would probably have died anyway.
And Team Spirit, they're going into 5th gear here. They're going to bring the Kotl and Razor onto 33's Beastmaster to turn onto Radan's TA, drain the damage with his static link. Crystallis is very low though. The Razor with his BKB going cannot stand and fight. The Beastmaster did die, had the Aegis to respawn. Team Spirit though, with a nice run against the pace of play here, get 4 kills for the price of 1.
Do get 4 kills. I think Tundra got a little bit too eager to take the fight. They just lost one of their important pieces of the team fight, the Kunkka dying up top, and then wanted to take a team fight in mid, pretty close to towers, and Team Spirit were able to play on that. They TP to their mid tower and reinforce. This is why the value is so big in keeping your buildings on the map. But if you fight far away from base, they wouldn't be able to TP out and help like that. but they managed to reinforce and outnumber Tundra.
Yeah, and downside for the Keeper of the Light and his global power, right?
Yeah, Coddle also, I think he TP'd right into them there. They basically stood up for all the abilities coming out from Team Spirit, so that worked out beautifully for them.
Yeah, he was TPing himself to the Beastmaster at the same time as bringing the Caesar to himself, so both of them landed on the Beastmaster's head as he was surrounded by 5 enemy heroes, and that's why someone tipped Saxa, I think it was Collapse, and was like, thank you, on a silver platter. Don't mind if I do. This is right now, this is what Team Spirit have been very well known for as well. These deep wards in enemy territory that they play towards. So we're now, getting close to 25 minutes in. Playing on the enemy side of the map means that you're able to push towers, force the enemy to react into unfavorable positions, and playing around these wards gives you that vision to start the fights, which is so important when you lack stuns.
Well, Tundra want to do the same thing down bottom, but Silencer is going to manage to shove them away from his own jungle, kind of take over this area again. And hit away at some jungle creeps. Silencer doesn't farm the fastest. Just a little support we're watching, so it'll take them a while to kill a creep camp. Looks a bit different than we have TA or Razor or Beast doing it. How long is it gonna take, man? This is hard work.
Forever and ever.
Silencer, he can still be useful if the fight erupts on mid, because he has that global silence. Doesn't matter where he is, he can still silence the enemy.
They're protecting wards. They're very good at that as well. Tundra tried to ward up on that high ground, and teams already sat under it to de-ward immediately. You go into an area, you take control of it, the enemy responds, they've overreacted and sent 3-4 heroes up to top in that northern jungle, and Team Spirit say, okay, we'll relinquish control of that, and we'll head down south.
I do like what Team Spirit are doing right now. They're trying to itemize their way out of a bad situation, basically. So Ember's working on a sheep guard, big physical damage reduction, also making it harder for the enemy to heal up, which they are relying a lot on. And then they go for more items. Okay, a 2-hero catch.
Make a little silence to kill Tusk. So now there's no snowball to save or to gap close for Tundra. They'll be relying on BZM to try, alongside his 3-3 Beastmaster, to stun them up and hold back, because the Razor is pretty low. Tundra feels like they're trying to retreat and step back from this fight. Chrysalis home gets brought back, so he went to Fountain to regenerate, then is TP'd into the battle by the Keeper of the Light. So he went from being low and not fight worthy to being in fighting shape pretty quickly. Team Spirit might not be expecting this. They're still skirting around the edge of the fight, trying to utilize the vision they've got through TA traps that this observer board, which is in the forest. And it looks like Tundra are going to respect that positional advantage that Team Spirit has. And for now, retreat. This could be a retreat to smoke and run back again.
I think they want to fight because they have double be still red. Didn't click those big saving items. Tormentor did get taken by Radiant though, already dead. They just want to get out of here without losing any heroes.
Drums. They pop the drums to move faster. They're lacking vision. They'll get a glimpse of him because Silencer, he turns into a little piggy because of his neutral item, which gives him more movement speed to run away. That seems like it's enough to disengage.
Wow. The Force Staff. We see why it's so important against the Tusk Ice Shards. And just get yourself to safety. Light down the high ground and back to farming. So still very tough from Spirit. They somehow get the upper hand on this, and they almost got rid of the entire gold lead that Tundra have built. Only a 1k gold lead. You can see it there at the top of the screen, of course, the 1k under 17, but 1k for Tundra. Very, very even at this point.
It is. We start to get into a point where Team Spirit, having this momentum, are thinking about that next objective. Templar Assassin is going to know when Roshan's respawning, so they can start setting up for it. Getting vision down, controlling the Roshan pit. We know that Roshan respawn in 1.5 minutes. It could be longer than that.
Yeah, and we have TA now with a Linken's Sphere. This item we haven't talked about, and it's kind of new to us here on the stream. So Linken's Sphere is a defensive item fully. It gives you a spell block that blocks one targeted ability from the enemy. Specifically this game, he wants to block the Beastmaster ultimate or X-Mark from the Kunkka. This way, they can't really catch him as easily. And he has enough damage already. She just needs to stay alive in the fights. She is the top farmer, as you can see. She's built a lot. And I said that this is a hero that wanted to scale, not necessarily take over the game early. This is the timing. She wants to take over around now, because late game she starts falling off again, funny enough. But right now, TA is very, very strong.
Yeah, it's like best case, this Lincoln saves your life. Worst case, it's an early warning system. Right, if an enemy is coming out of the fog and casting a spell on you, it pops. You're like, oh shit! Someone tried to cast a spell. You can use refraction. You can blink away, and you can react pretty damn quickly, especially at high level.
That he's building towards it though, so they should not be too surprised by her having it now.
Saxa walks right into the smoke, which Team Spirit used to position basically on the doorstep of this mid lane.
TA moves him down pretty fast there with the rest of his friends. Moving in, having the gem on the Ember, he kind of wants to get in there.
Yeah, onto this Kunkka. A lot of damage brings BZM to about half health. And look at the map. We see the Underlord and his strength, the ability to play a lane and then basically teleport to his teammates. So they can hold a wave, play 2 lanes at the same time, and still be a 5-hero force to be reckoned with.
Tower is going down, but for now we see Tundra just splitting up, using sides of the map. What farm they can. Razor, his item choice was to go back for the Mjolnir, and now working on a Satanic next. So he has ramped up his farming speed with the Mjolnir. This is usually a farming item, but also gives a ton of attack speed, which can be useful for Static Link once he drains a lot of damage from the enemy. Next, he wants to get lifesteal, because he still dies quite easily. We saw it last fight.
Oh, an attempt on the Ember Spirit, not working out. Not sure if 33 gave up halfway, or if he lost track of where the Ember was. Either way, Laurel is able to zip to his Remnant and pick up the Arcane Rune. An incredible rune for an Ember Spirit. Gives him that shorter cooldown. All of his spells, so there's more spam, more annoyance, more harassment. Standoff around Roshan, it's already begun. Observe wards placed near the pit. It has just turned daytime. We'll know which pit he's heading to, and both teams smoking up to reposition themselves to start a fight. Beastmaster, the first target. BKB's up, throws the roar onto the Ringmaster. Knowing this, Lincoln's Lotus Orb on a TA means she's not a target. They're trying to dive onto the Ringmaster here with a Razor as well, but the protection from his box and the global silence means Tundra's initiation efforts, they're worthless. They've been cut short. Now the turnaround from Spirit, Collapser onto the Crystallis Razor to kill him off. Snowball will only delay the death of Whitemon here as he gets surrounded, and Team Spirit have fought back tremendously well. At a key timing. Roshan has respawned. They're ready to go in the pit.
It is fantastic for them. I think these defensive tools that they have, the Lincoln Sphere, the itemization on Underlord as well. You know, I may not like the hero, but look at the items the hero has. He's got Lotus Orb to reflect spells back to the enemy, to dispel your teammates as well. Got the Crimson and Pipe, which are 2 very classic defensive items. One is for physical, one is for magical damage reduction. And the enemy just don't do any damage. Tundra are struggling to get through the protection layers. Even Solar Crest from the Silencer coming in.
And they may have tanky heroes themselves with this Razor, Beastmaster, and Kunkka. Feel like they're lacking damage though. And BZM going to use his BKB to TP away. So he bought a BKB, and that was his first use of it to just disengage. Quite often not what you want in that quite pricey item.
Yeah, he's obviously wanting to use this for a big team fight and somehow take down some important targets, but they've been struggling due to the Ringmaster defensive spell. Ringmaster having escape acts, being able to put an ally in a box, making them untargetable, is really messing with the dire Tundra's single-targeted approach in team fights. You can't really just go on one guy, and they're trying to solve that right now by going for a Nullifier on Beast. This is an item that dispels the enemy, so the protective ability of Ringmaster could be removed using this.
It's basically been a get-out-of-jail-free card for them. Just Houdini your way out of danger. This is going to be a tough period of the game for Tundra. Another 3 minutes 40 on the Aegis for the Templar Assassin. The tier 2s are dying, and your high ground is going to start being threatened by Team Spirit and just the wave that they're pushing in towards you. So you now have to come back, maintain the lanes, keep pruning away at them, so there isn't this continual damage onto your tier 3s.
Yeah,
As we've been saying, right, it's not the straight up go for towers that kills them. Very often it's the slow but sure attrition from creeps hitting the towers that bring them in that threshold that means, okay, now we can go.
We have a question about Templar Assassin in chat, so I'll
do we,
reply
Waka?
to that. Does TA do more damage when she hits her traps? So yeah, TA spills damage to stuff that is behind her initial target, first of all. And if you hit your own trap, you can spill stuff behind that. Her traps have 0 armor, so generally that will make you do more damage to stuff behind it, since the damage will be based on that. But you can't meld strike your own traps, so if you have enough minus armor, you could actually do more damage by hitting the enemy.
We see that Whitemon
depends.
evaporates like that. That's 2 heroes down. Tundra trying to spread the map, but Spirit showing that they can play pretty globally. Like, the Light notorious for this global macro broad strokes play, being undone by the Underlord and Ember Spirit, who are equally as mobile. This is always going to be a hard period, though, like we were saying. 2 minutes left on his Aegis. TA Multi-Lives is now knocking on the door of your high ground. A glyph there gives you that protection. Your towers are invulnerable for a short while. Team Spirit have the banner, one of the goodies from Roshan, which makes their creeps invulnerable. So the Keeper of the Light, usually very good at de-pushing, keeping these waves out of the base, isn't able to do so. They'll have to commit some other way. Killing the banner is honestly quite hard for Tundra right now.
Now trying to defend, but the range barrack is falling. First building down, they want to get one more.
Good movement. Gets done. Out of that Will-O-Wisp. The Keeper of the Light has that Aghanim Scepter. That big orb of light in the middle. Drags towards it. Stuns you a little bit. It's very annoying. The team realize they can just kill it off and go back with things. Finally, with the banner dead, it looks like the Spirit respect the hold of Tundra.
They're gonna back out and play it safely, but losing one barracks, we didn't actually have time to really talk about it in the previous game even. The barracks dropping, you have 6 buildings in your base, right? The melee racks and the range racks. They will buff the corresponding creeps on the enemy team if they die. So if you lose your melee barracks, all those on the enemy team. If you lose your range racks, the range creep on the enemy team will be stronger. As our observer is pointing out here, that's a super range creep. So they have super creeps. If you get all the barracks in the enemy base all together, then you get mega creeps, which is almost always a win condition immediately. And like very, very rarely will you win against mega creeps.
Becomes a matter of time, basically. Team Spirit trying to come and claim an area of the map. The Spirit has a Gem of True Sight, which allows him to see up the high ground, reveals invisible units, and in this case, importantly, the Observer Ward. So they're taking away Tundra's ability to see them. And now gives them a nice position to play from. This is probably historically what Radiant wants to do, play from the Dire Ancients area. You can mid and bottom from a safe terrain. There's a high ground Observer Ward place for you. And then, of course, it's difficult to kind of break up the stairs without vision. And the same thing for the Dire, like to play into the Radiant Ancient.
They've taken away what you could say is like prime farming lands. The high ground access there up on your triangle where the outpost is also gives you teleport spot. And it has the ancient creeps, which are worth a lot. But this outpost that you see on the map is a point that you can capture from the opponents, and they've done it now. The moment the tier 2 tower has fallen, if you've taken any of the tier 2 towers, you can start capturing the outpost. And now Radiant can reinforce by teleporting to this.
Yeah, so in a normal broadcast, we'd just be like, they've taken the enemy triangle. Full stop, that's it. But when you actually break down why, you know, I've got like 3 or 4 points, you've got 3 or 4 points, like, okay, this actually goes pretty deep. Why that area is so valuable.
Yeah, it's not just that they have, you know, gained this part of the map, it's that they now have, oh, nice Lotus Orb reflecting the ultimate there.
He's got Keeper of the Light behind him trying to TP people here, but he's just going to have to BKB TP home to get away from that failed attempt.
I mean, he did at least force them to go towards top, right? This is what you want to do when you're behind. You want to split your opponents, force them to awkward spots. But they could join bottom. With the Underlord ultimate, they're going to come through.
Straight in on them. Can't pass that barrier, though, so Lal is going to have to try and poke prod from across the way.
Yeah, that little red barrier is a no-go zone for Radiant. They cannot walk through it without using some abilities or some items. Which basically means that Dire can retreat past that and it'll be safe. But again, they get herded into their base. It's usually not a good thing to have happen. Sitting in your base means the enemy is owning the entire map, and that means you're falling behind. So again, it's Tundra who have to work their way back into this game, find a way out on the map and make plays.
Yeah, you're only getting the farm that the opponent's letting you have. So basically waves coming up into your base.
And also a big point is that when you're sitting back like this, the enemy get full access to rune control. Every 2 minutes, a power rune spawns. And Ember currently has that blue rune, the DD rune, in his bottle, ready to use it whenever. And activate that right before next team fight, and that will make him have way more impact.
And an item in his backpack as well, right? So he'll use the bottle rune and then swap his Aghanim Scepter in.
There we go. He's gonna do exactly that. Bottles up a few times and Fire Spike that he wants to play on. If they're gonna really force high ground, because at the same time, Radiant might not want to break in. It's very tentative right now. If you go into the enemy base, they have the advantage that we saw in the previous game. They can buy back into the fight immediately. They can reinforce, and there's the defender's advantage. When you're ahead, you want to make sure to use that in the best way. Maybe not just mindlessly slam into enemy base.
And in general terms now, we're kind of waiting for next Roshan as well. Team Spirit not comfortable to finish the game off just yet, respecting Tundra and their ability to fight back. It's not exactly a stand and do nothing until Roshan, but teams very capable of fighting, and Tundra here out of their base onto Miposhka. Fourth global silence. In comes Collapse through that Fiend's Gate, teleports across the map. 33 trying to chase down the Templar Assassin, though. Gets the Roar. That's the single target stun on the TA. So the chain stuns, they keep stacking up. Dragged back with the X mark. They've saved her, though, with a little box out of the Ringmaster, but the damage is good enough. They bring down Radan alongside that Silencer, only losing their Beastmaster so far. Great trade for Tundra, and they're going to make Team Spirit bleed even further. The Lotus Orb there from the Underlord makes the Ember go into the Snowball, and that lets him turn around and get more aggressive again. Radan and Miposhka both buy back to return to this fight, and they 5-man wipe Tundra.
Wow, what a turnaround on that fight. That looked amazing for Tundra, but they bite off more than they could chew. And the turnaround, Team Spirit now gonna force some buybacks. All of Tundra have theirs, but they're gonna have to spend some. They're still going. 2 buybacks will not deter them. They want to keep pushing.
Yeah, they've already done a tremendous amount of damage to the tier 3s. Mid lane could be cracked, bottom lane could be cracked open after this mid lane as well. There's a glyph here from Tundra, which they're going to try and use to slow down the shove, but they'll need more buybacks to come in.
Bought back the Tusk, but I think they want to force Razor right now. Radan is just gonna keep going. Gabe blinks safely. Stay back. They can
The Will-O-Wisp.
get on TA, it's a win condition.
Oh,
They're trying to catch her.
They're on the Kotl. TA in the back. Whitemon and 33 unable to catch up to Radan. And now a global silence. The covering for the Team Spirit side to go back in to kill off White. That's a dieback, 90 seconds without him. And the rest of Tundra, I mean, they're trying to scramble frantically for any kills that they can find. Collapse might be the only one that they can actually kill off, but Radan from his high ground, the damage output is so big. This list is about to drop to the TAs. Down he goes, dead for 2 minutes, 120 seconds. While
Ember's
Team
back as
Spirit,
well.
they could buy back on this Underlord and be 5 alive. They're still in the Dire base, breaking down buildings.
Yeah, they know there's no buyback anymore on Tusk or Razor. Underlord can join his team, but he's gonna pull the trigger on it there. Doesn't actually have TP, so he has to walk over there. He can't get there in any way.
Takes a little while, and Tundra on their last legs trying to bite back. EZM and 33 chasing Miposhka, but they can't even kill the Lonely Silence. So while this Beastmaster being annihilated by Team Spirit. Now another hero gone for 2 minutes. They'll catch up to this Kunkka again. Yes, he kills the position 5 support, but it just forces the GG out in the end. Team Spirit have come back here to take game 2 and tie it up in this series.
Series is back alive. We will have a final and deciding game between these two. That's what we want to see. A win for all us Dota fans, not just for Team Spirit here.
The trust in TA pays off.
Yeah, I mean, I want the hero to win, man. And she did some massive damage in this game. Good position.
Yeah. An incredibly well executed draft there, as it kind of looked a little bit wonky. We were thinking, this Underlord, is it going to do well? His lane turned out to be okay, even though he died a couple of times. He was still getting farm. But you pointed out quite early on that he was buying the right items. He was tanking up, him and his team. Weigl, we could legit sit here for another 6 hours and talk about this game. I think I've got another, 10 talking points about Keeper of the Light, all this macro movement, all this play, but we've got a game 3 coming up and we've got to go have a break, got to go pee, got to go rehydrate, get some water and stuff like that. Hope you all do as well. We'll see you on the other side with game 3 coming up.
ban.
You really gotta pick a hero. You got 10 seconds left.
One last ban for Spirit.
You better pick your hero.
Kind of
5
hard
seconds.
to. You say it's likely this room Bristleback goes here, this Beastmaster goes there, but there is that ability, Tundra, to decide with their last pick exactly what's going on.
Come on, Dire team.
Mid Bristle, mid Beastmaster, absolutely viable.
Oh man, Rick, there's only 10 seconds left to pick a hero.
Blaze
5 seconds more.
can
It'll be
combo
fine.
really well with Invoker because of this. So
Come on,
since
Radiant
they
team,
banned
pick
that
your
and
play.
Puck as well because Puck has lockdown against the storm. Slardar comes out. There's a fish draft, Gareth. You get the
Yeah.
Medusa and the Slardar.
Myrmidons have Myrmidons and Nagas come out to play. So Slardar gives you very strong laning against melee heroes, which is what Team Spirit are currently looking at in the two cores from Tundra already, and more importantly, minus armor from his ultimate. Very good against this Bristleback.
But this does tell us finally where that Medusa is going.
Yes.
Slardar. This means that that's going to be a carry Medusa. Carry Slardar,
Yes.
not really getting played. So offlane Slardar against Bristle, a good matchup for him. Question is, does Tundra want to shift that Bristle? Do they want to throw a mind game?
They pick a high armor carry. The Gyrocopter there pushes this Bristleback into mid? Or is it
I would assume
Beastmaster mid?
Beastmaster goes mid and it's BZM Master, you know? Is what I would think. But yeah, they're taking a while to show. It's actually Bristle mid.
Yeah.
They want 33 on the Beastmaster. Makes sense.
That's where I was leaning. It's like, it's 33 Beastmaster, so it's kind of got to be BZM Bristleback.
Mid Bristleback. I have
Seen it-
not seen that a lot.
It's not been a lot. There's been a couple this tournament. I think Sumail was one of the first to do it and did it a couple of games, and I can't remember who else. BZM might have done it himself. At this point, there's so many games to keep track of.
10 seconds
Yeah.
to pick your hero.
It's definitely an interesting position to throw him.
Yeah.
Beast can be, Bristle can be effective from the mid lane, but this will come pretty high tempo from Tundra again. What we expect from them norm.
So they did it in their victory against Betboom. Bristleback against Storm mid. It looks like BZM lost mid but won the game.
So we're looking for him to mid and win the game again here. He's
Potentially.
looking to set out, or maybe he's coming for a revenge after laning against the Storm and losing. Generally, I would say Bristle mid kind of loses to Storm. It's just a very difficult lane, not only because Storm is a strong mid hero, but you're also melee into that, so the Storm Spirit remnants hurt a lot. But this is better than the alternative. Basically, they did a switch because Bristle as a carry against a Slardar in lane is not fun. Slardar is extremely good at punishing Bristle, being so good at bashing people and locking down anyone who gets close to him.
Anyone melee, anyone with lower arm suffer. So yeah, picking a ranged high armor hero in that gyro makes a ton of sense. Gyrocopter though, there's like this Medusa, held as a position 1 or 3 until the end, then revealed as a carry. Gyrocopter pick can also work nicely there as well in terms of scaling, because you're both similar archetypes of heroes with this spreading physical damage. Your builds can be similar. But there is this deviation that Gyrocopters can build a diffusal blade to burn mana, right? Is that something we expect or want to see from Chrysalis in
I
this
would
game?
say he probably will go for that eventually. Depends a little bit how his game is going. The Gyrocopter wants to prioritize farming. He is a carry, so he wants to first get farming items going. Diffusal is a hero killing item generally. It doesn't farm that well. It does farm, but there are better alternatives. Later on against the Medusa, like you mentioned, she has that mana shield and you need to get rid of her mana somehow. You can auto attack into it, but it's very ineffective, and Diffu could be a good option for him in the mid game, sort of.
There's that mana shield. Used to be a spell, and it got moved to these innates. You're coming back to Dota now, and you're wondering what is that? Heroes have got facets that they can pick at the start of the game, innates that are built into their heroes. and a bunch of their spells have been moved around as well. It feels like it's another little couple of sliders for the balancing team, right?
Yes, exactly. There's more ways to customize heroes now. Saxa is pretty deep, but he should be fine. He's a Wind Ranger. He can any point skill up the Wind Run if he wants, which gives him a lot of mobility and 100% evasion. They're trying to angle for him, but we'll see him get that Wind Run. Out he goes.
His positioning, though, may have given away the ward he placed, because he got an Observer Ward on the enemy high ground, moved into position to kind of retreat and get the Watcher, but Radahn's Medusa, he's been pinging out in this area saying, hey, there could be a ward here, he was over there. The time it takes for him to move over there matches pretty nicely with this positioning of the ward. So we're already in this information game battle, getting Observer Wards down, trying to scout them out, and the Bounty Hunter in the mid lane trying to give vision there as well.
It's also showing that Gyrocopter is coming down for this, so he stuns him up. No Bounty Rune steal for you, Crystallis. It's going to be a 2 for 2, so both teams getting even amount of gold. The starting gold that you get from Bounty Runes, it's not the end of the world if you only get one, but generally you want to stop your opponents from getting 3 or 4 runes.
The Slardar Bounty Hunter lane, double melee into double ranged. We already talked about this Gyrocopter being a good pick into Slardar, but what's Bounty Hunter's job going to be this laning stage?
I mean, I was expecting that they would actually put the Jakiro down here. I don't know about laning it this way. Bounty will try and go on the Tinker and they'll have to pair up together, but this lane is going to be rough. Bounty Slardar is not very strong compared to Gyrocopter and Tinker.
So we're thinking about this lane shenanigans situation again, where he goes and drags waves, doesn't play honorably, snipes couriers.
Yeah, I think he's definitely be looking for those kind of plays. It's what you need to do sometimes. Get creative with how you're gonna win in these high-level games. But overall, the Gyrocopter should be having very easy farm on this lane. He is trying to deal whatever damage he can, but has to run away when Gyro wants to hit him.
Yeah, and the upside of playing against the Gyrocopter is you know that the lane is going to naturally push towards you. Gyro uses Flat Cannon, does a lot of spill damage to the creeps, wave pushes in, so Slardar then gets to sit in front of his tower in relative safety. And as long as you keep these neutral camps blocked, you remove the ability for your opponents to pull to reset that position of the lane.
So White actually killed his own sentry ward. He sentryed up the enemy big camp, but I think he killed off his own sentry because he needs to have the pull spot down here. Either he needs the small camp or the big camp. Something needs to be pulled. But Rue is gonna block up the enemy small camp and then go and body block the big camp as well with his body, saying that no, you're not gonna pull creeps. And if you can't pull the lane creeps into the jungle, it means the lane is eventually gonna shun. Slardar will get his experience. So there's a lot of little micro mini games here.
Yeah, you're literally teching into these little things, you know, making these little decisions to give you a better time in a losing lane, really leveling the playing field a lot just down to these picks. And that's reflect the Slardar's last hits, 12-3, while the Gyro set 0 control start that he would have expected. But as the levels cut, Gyro and Tinker have a lot of sustain and a lot of damage, which Slardar and Bounty still have to respect and kind of toe that line.
Still a dangerous game for the Tinker if he oversteps a little bit. If he ever gets caught by a stun from Shadow Walk from the Bounty, he could get run at by the Slardar with a Crush and Bash to follow. And for now, they're holding on pretty fine.
And then top lane is exactly what we were explaining, but happening. 33 has, well, the Lotus Pool. Do you want to explain this first up?
Yeah, so right now the Bounty is standing here preventing it, but once you're the only team standing in the Lotus area, you will pick up these little flowers and they heal you. You have them in your inventory. It's an instantaneous mana and HP heal, and if you have multiple of them, they can turn into a bigger version that heals you more. So every 3 minutes these will spawn, and 3 of them will upgrade to a medium-sized one.
Another one of the little timers. Lane, easy Bristleback against Laurel Storm. There's a +1 arriving. Miposhka's Jakiro has traversed all the way through the river to come and help out. Saxa has TP'd in to defend the Bristleback, has turned his back to dish out the damage to kill them both off.
No!
So that was a Lotus from Saxa that he gave to the Bristle, force-fed him the heal to keep him alive that little bit longer, I think.
Yeah, I believe it was. That was really, really surprising for them. They didn't expect him to get all that heal. But this is the power of Bristleback. If you attack Bristle in his back, you know, the key is in the name, then he will turn some quills every now and then and also reduce a lot of damage. And that's what happened. That's how he randomly got a kill on the Storm.
Over that bottom lane, quickly turned again by this Jakiro's presence. Miposhka has completely left that top lane, moved to mid and failed, but is successful with his move to bottom.
Miposhka has done this a lot throughout the tournament, making earlier and earlier moves, and it can catch your opponents off guard a lot. Dota has been pretty static lately, but the early roaming towards mid lane is starting to come back from some of these pro teams.
Usually reserved for 5.5 minutes in, because that 6-minute active rune is very important. Oh yeah, we've started seeing much earlier ones. Even Saxon now coming down. They can't really connect onto this collapsed Slardar because he's very quick with his Guardian sprint. Literally runs away from people. And Bounty Hunter is lurking invis in the forest, watching them all move. So they had the knowledge that the Wind Ranger was moving there, which allows the Slardar to run away.
Yeah, just keeping tabs on your opponents. And speaking of keeping tabs, right now, the Beastmaster is jungling, but also using his summon to stack up the ancient area. So this little boar timed a stack on the ancient camp, and he actually is looking for the sentry. So they blocked up his big camp there, and that means you can deward the sentry and then get your stack going again.
Yeah, this Jakiro is being an absolute nightmare. He's roaming around, causing issues everywhere he goes. Like mid lane was annoying, bot lane got that big kill, and top lane he got an observer ward that's watching this Beastmaster and is kind of harassing him back.
Mentioning though that a lot of the cores are getting pretty nice farm, and there's a bit of a farm discrepancy between the Medusa and the Gyrocopter building up. As again, draw the attention to the CS, the last hits on the left side of the screen. You see the Medusa is getting quite a bit.
Well, the active rune, Miposhka takes it up top while BZM runs down Rue. A lot of damage from this level 6 Bristleback as he gets a ton of stacks on his Warpath ulti, spams out quill sprays, and takes down the Bounty Hunter.
And finds a nice little D ward. Gets rid of the dire ward that was on the mid lane, helping them with high ground vision. And yeah, BCM showing that Bristleback is an interesting mid hero. Did a lot of damage.
Bottom tower's getting hit.
Sure can. And I guess I want to come back to this Medusa up at top. I was mentioning that the Beastmaster and Wind Ranger were kind of dragging waves around because they don't want to lane naturally into Radahn, who has now been given free experience, right? He's solo laning, taking all the creeps, all the experience, and getting very big. And just in general, Medusa versus Beastmaster, 33 doesn't want to stand in lane and get clicked non-stop.
Yeah. And Medusa is one of those heroes that you can maybe go, wow, he bounced the snake to her. The snake will bounce on creeps, and the more it bounces, the more damage the final hit does. Barely managed to clip that to Wind Ranger. I didn't think he had a range for it. I think neither did Saxa.
7 minutes in, 33 gets the shrine, roars the Jakiro, but Larl's damage should be enough to take him down. And Team Spirit, they wanted to steal that shrine. They weren't quite there fast enough in time. Still a very good kill on Beastmaster. They block up his camp with a sentry ward now as well.
Very nice. And meanwhile, Rue did pick the Wisdom Rune on the other side. It doesn't look like it because he's only level 3.5. This Bounty has been doing a lot of running around. He is going to be the lowest level for now. But at least he got himself some experience.
It's important that both teams get that Wisdom Shrine. We've seen games, arguably almost be ended because one team got the double shrine early on, unlocking your level 6s on your supports, giving that little boost. That's valuable.
I still have yet to find those sentry wards that was blocking the big camp. Finally, Beastmaster finds it with his boar and get rid of the full camp. Because of course, if a unit is in spawn, then you can't stack. But if a ward is there, you also cannot stack. That's why we call it sentry blocking. You throw a little sentry into the spawn boxes.
Yeah, that's what's done to the far left camp as well. Treated up by the Jakiro. So this will not only not stack, but now it has been cleared, won't spawn until that sentry fires.
That's just them understanding that, okay, you don't want to play the lane, we have to slow down your jungling as much as possible. And meanwhile, they're abusing the jungling in the second way by pushing the tier 1 tower already down to half HP. Radahn is going to lay into it.
Now, they haven't really made massive amount of stacks on their own end. Medusa's not going to go down there anytime soon. Just simply connecting the opponent's side of the map. Larl with a pretty long ball lightning zip onto this Beastmaster secures that kill, while Saxa's Wind Ranger is left stranded here. And Team Spirit, the fire has been lit under them because they are turning up the tempo, playing very quickly.
They've dismantled the top lane, and that's an interesting thing as well, because 33, the Beastmaster on Radiant, is very highly regarded for his offlaning abilities. You know, he's been praised as the best offlaner by a lot of people. I think very few people disagreed, especially after his TI performance. But he's getting here, not having a good start.
And this Slardar, 61 and 10, level 8, but surrounded. He's going to get taken down by Tundra's efforts in that bottom right corner of the map.
But even with him dying, he's still 600 gold ahead of the Beastmaster. So a Slardar, a slower farming hero, ahead of the Beastmaster, who's been focusing on jungling farming. This is looking really good for them. Spirit in pretty good shape. It's only a 1k lead right now, but the only thing they're kind of missing is that the Bounty Hunter does not have his level 6. He's pretty behind in experience. He needs to get that going so he can get more in these team fights.
It really does. They're trying to wrap around onto this Beastmaster again. That tower is very low, but they're...
Okay.
Okay.
He walked close to his tree, so he got roared, and Beastmaster will just run to safety, but that is your ultimate on cooldown. And Bounty doesn't care. He just shrugs it off and walks away, stands somewhere else. And then it was now timing for them to abuse.
Yeah. Your tower dies anyway. So now Medusa has access to your ancient camps, can start clearing them with reasonable safety. While the rest of the team now can filter back, play through mid, play through bottom, get collapsed towards this Blink Dagger, which is going to be a pivotal item. When you've got mobility, more mobility makes that mobility stronger. So Storm Spirit having this ball lightning, you want more heroes that can follow him, get to where he is. He's going to gap close the enemies, but you can't until you have the blinks, until you have the 4 staffs. So Storm could jump, you can follow through, or vice versa.
Yeah, generally, I mean, Dota is at its very simple fundamentals. You want to play together and use your abilities together. The more you can coordinate, the better, and that's why getting this Blink Dagger is going to allow them to have that. You can also have it by doing what they're doing now. Just smoke around Storm and Jakiro, looking for the carry of Tundra, and they're going to find him.
Yeah, tons of magic damage. Chrysalis under that Macropyre, and the Storm Spirit's damage, plenty to kill him off. And Gyrocopter, yeah, this kind of tanky-ish high armor hero. Early on in the game, magic damage reigns supreme.
This tower is gonna be very difficult to defend. Tinker is gonna try together with the Bristleback. Bristleback is a pretty strong hero, so I think they don't want to push their luck too much without the help of Medusa. And Dire will back off.
Yeah, Tinker has maxed out the March of the Machines, so he lays down these swarms of robots which are healing allies, doing damage, pushing back waves, a ton of stuff that basically zones the enemy out of that area.
Yeah, area denial ability primarily, but can also be great for just sustain for your own team to heal them up. Reminder for people in chat as we're 12 minutes into this game, if you have any question or if there's anything that you're confused about or want to have explained deeper in detail, feel free to ask. Yeah, we do have our eyes on you in the chat as well. The stream is here for you.
And now it's time for Spirit to start stacking. Rue is on the case.
Oh boy, Dire's middle tower's under attack.
Wind Ranger.
Oh, Saksa overcommitting perhaps on mid lane. Wants
Trying
to get
to.
that tower, but Storm still has mana.
And yeah, it's a tracked up Wind Ranger. Easy money for Team Spirit as they hold on to that mid-tier 1 quite easily.
Normally you would say, oh, it's just a support, it doesn't matter that much, but against Bounty Hunter you have to be careful with any death like this. Bounty will be very happy about a single kill as he makes you get more gold when you kill an enemy hero. For both you and for your teammates.
Big old damage amplification is nice too. This is where Bounty is really in his element, behind enemy towers, lurking in the shadows, hunting for any stragglers. Doesn't necessarily have to go on them, but it's a matter of keeping tracks up, putting them out. Fortunately for Tundra though, Chrysalis and Saxa able to get away from him. And they smoke up to try and make a play.
And Radahn sort of adapted throughout this tournament, I feel, because he has previously, I've said it, he's been dying a bit on those wisdom runes, getting in there, trying to steal from the enemy, but he has good information from his team. He knew that there were a lot of people running, and he decides to just go and farm the richer farming grounds instead. The Medusa has found her element here. Just look at her clearing away. Her split shot gives her 4 extra targets on her auto attacks, so that's why you see attacks flying everywhere.
Yeah, the grass may not be greener on the dire side of the map, but the ancient stacks are fatter.
But the creeps are big.
That's the go-to.
And his timing will be hard to stop in this game. He's got the first item, got the Manta Style. Second item is going to be Butterfly, which will make it so that he evades the enemy auto attacks, and that's when he's going to be a real force to be reckoned with.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Tundra
attack.
trying to...
They don't have dust on the Bristleback, though. I think he's safe.
He's trying to play through the Bristleback with his new Aghanim Scepter timing. BZM feels reasonably strong out on the map. Team Spirit going to poke at him there with a jump in, big dagger.
Saw the storm. They had a ward behind them, so they saw that they were getting wrapped around on by Storm.
Starks is still going to step forward, track into Ball Lightning, and this is Team Spirit kind of probing to see if they can elicit a reaction from Tundra, especially around this Tormentor timing.
That's greedy to go for it right now. I'm worried for Tundra.
They've got the March of the Machines down, and the Tormentor is dead, but Team Spirit are coming in. BZM tracked up, they turn with the call down. The missiles launched by Crystallis to try and punch back in towards Radahn's Medusa. And so far the tanky heroes have bashed heads together and no one really falling flat. BZM stands his ground, forces the Storm Spirit to the way. I think Radahn now has made the call that they don't have the damage to break through BZM.
Yeah.
He's done a good job protecting his backline, and Tundra, they come in, get what they came for, and don't lose anything.
Wow. A little bit of hesitation from Team Spirit. I would have thought that they would just beeline in as they saw the Tormentor fall, just pop the Medusa ulti and charge in, but their tentative approach allowed the repair from the Tinker to heal people up. Trying to pick mid though, it looks like, but is he dead? He's pretty tanky.
Look at that. The Storm Spirit gets bombed away, now has to zip to safety as Whitemon stays alive through Team Spirit's initiation. They're going to get the Neposhka instead. So that's the Tinker who just got his Aghanim Shard, unlocking a new ability, Warp Flare, and put the Storm into an awkward position.
He also pushed the Slardar into, far away position so that he couldn't finish the job on the Tinker. This Warp Flare, I've been hyping it up throughout the tournament that Shard is really, really strong. Getting a new ability generally is great in Dota. There are very few abilities that are not worth the money. And this will give them something to play around even more, and they're going to go for more objectives. You get one, you go for the other. You kill the first boss of the game, the Tormentor. You go for the push, the big boss.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a very even game by the metrics. Your Team Spirit are leading in kills. They've got this mild lead. But now with these two objectives, the Aegis on the Bristleback, the map starts to become much less habitable for Team Spirit. Wherever BZM goes, Spirit has to run. It's not really a hero that you can face up against now.
He's looking like a monster for sure. And I like his choice to go for Sanchiasha next, an item that builds more speed for him and a status resistance so he doesn't get locked down as much.
I'm trying to scout out anyone around this top lane. Rue giving them the tracks though. And Lol getting away from their grasp means this tier 1 tower is just going to be forfeit. Team Spirit will try and find a bit of value elsewhere on the map.
Not my problem, but Dire's top tower just
We're looking at this
Thing is-
Tinker mid, but it's difficult to go on him.
Tinker's so good at just keeping the tower safe. He's holding this mid tower from dying. And with top tower falling, this is opening up the map a bit for Tundra.
And so far, we've not really seen these heroes combine in unison properly. You Collapse bought this Blink Dagger. You've kind of invested into aggression, but then you've not actually been able to use it all that much.
Oh, they might go on the Beastmaster. Saw a gate out happen. No, they're not gonna find him. Oh, they went right. They're looking for him, but they couldn't find the beast. 33 was walking left. They were right.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, they just didn't cross paths there, and now they all play towards bottom instead on Tundra.
Medusa is about to hit an incredible power spike, though.
Yes.
You know, Manta style is one thing, but this butterfly giving evasion against, what, 3 physical damage heroes?
You kind of argue that it is 30 did skip the Helm of Dominator at least, so there's no extra big creep that will auto attack you. This is a spellcaster build from 33, you could say. He does want to auto attack as well, but at least it's not going to be insane against him. But yeah,
We're going to jump on mid. There we go. That's what we've been waiting for. It's taken them 20 minutes, but Storm, Slardar, Bounty Hunter gives vision, jump, and kill threat like that.
Fantastic. Quick pick off. They get the tower. And I think though they're the ones who should be on the back foot right now, as Aegis is in the hand of Tundra, we might, or sorry, Tundra. We might see Team Spirit be the ones to start looking for moves.
This BZM Bristleback is such a monstrous force. It's kind of difficult to find an angle. A lot of this pressure rests on Rue's shoulders. The Bounty Hunter is there scouting, trying to get wards down, and give some kind of platform from Team Spirit to play from.
The Storm has Arcane Rune, Regen Rune timing right now. The Arcane Rune is timing out, but these are the 2 most powerful runes of this hero. Absolutely absurd on him, since Storm relies very heavily on mana pool, and both of them give you more mana to work with. Oh. Link top, but they didn't connect. Beastmaster flailing a bit after not getting the initial ulti. Storm becomes untargetable on every jump, so get the ulti out on him.
Now the Slardar with the Storm able to make a continuation play, jump even deeper to find that bonus target. This is the strength of Team Spirit. They don't really rely on any long cooldowns. At the drop of the hat, they're ready to fight anywhere on the map.
This is difficult. You got that Aegis on Bristle, but he's not the best hero at forcing the issue, and why he can be a bit clunky as a mid hero. We see the Storm and his mobility can just go in and initiate, take a fight. Bristleback is still very predictable, slowly running at people, and can be kited quite easily. But right now, Team Spirit are abusing that great way.
3-man smoke. If they can get a core kill like this Beastmaster.
No.
He's about to walk out of his base and he's been scouted. There we go. Blow him up. Dead twice in quick succession. This really plants Team Spirit firmly on the map. So this is actually incredible. They're playing against a team who has Aegis, but they have I just avoided this Bristleback so well, they find themselves with a 5k lead.
I mean, it's a crazy mobility team when you think about it. Bounty Hunter is really fast for a support. With Track, it gives him extra speed. Storm, highest mobility in the game. Slardar with Sprint, insanely fast too. So they're kiting around the Bristle in a very, very good way. And honestly, I think I've ever seen 33 get shut down this hard. Yeah, his net worth isn't terrible, but his impact, he's 0-4-0 at 22 minutes. He has not been able to kill anyone. Even with the Blink Dagger reveal, he hasn't found anyone.
No, it's been really, really difficult for him. And you can see his idea of the game, the quick buy where he's queued up his items, just going full defensive with a Glimmer Cape and a Ghost Scepter for this Beastmaster.
I think the Glimmer Cape is a panic move though. You're against the Bounty and Slardar. Both of them can give vision on you through Glimmer Cape. So I'm not sure that's the item, but let's see. I guess he just wants it for initiation power.
This is a strong sweeping move from Tundra, and they're going to start on the Medusa, but I don't know if that's the target you could really go for. BZM now down to a third of his health as he's turned on by a double damage Storm, and the amplified damage from this collapsed Slardar. It's just annihilated them. Tundra, a whiffed move. They'll try and turn onto the Storm Spirit with Sax as Wind Ranger, but that allows Collapse to have another jump in. 2 more casualties of war. Spirit don't lose a single hero, and Tundra just... I don't know, that's just a massive whiff. You said it right, this Glimmer Cape feels desperate. That move felt desperate.
Yeah, I mean, they needed to get a rotation going, and the only way they can do it is by bringing everyone. That's the downside again, going back to that Bristle. Laurel is, or BZM, sorry, has played a really good game, but it's not easy for Bristle to initiate fights. I wonder if that Aghanim's Rush first item would, or if he could have maybe gone for like even a casual Rod of Atos to get some solid lockdown in the team. hold the enemy in place, because right now they're just getting outmaneuvered and unable to connect.
Radiant's bottom tower is
10,000
under
gold
attack.
lead for Team Spirit now.
Bro. Honestly, it wasn't long ago where I was thinking, okay, Tundra, they're ready to steamroll this. You know, they were ready to go and play enemy side of the map, get tier 2s. They have been systematically dismantled by
Whoa.
Spirit.
That net worth on Medusa, man. He is big.
He is the net worth lead.
Yeah, he has 10,000 ahead almost of the highest farmed heroes of Tundra. A full silver edge. Now he can go invisible as well.
Oh, they'll get the bounty hunter.
Just probably the tiniest kill they could get. Maybe Jakiro would be worth even less, of course, but get something.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Is that
attack.
just his invis fade time? He like disjointed shackle shot.
I didn't look at it at start. I was looking at the.
He doesn't have any like projectile disjointing business going on though, right?
No, that's just fade. Shadow
just
Walk
fade time.
can disjoint stuff.
Way to go! Radiant's bottom tower is completely gone.
Beastmaster has not yet pulled the trigger on that Glimmer Cape. We don't know if he's gonna commit for it or not. Wonder what he's gonna end up going for. It's a tough to be in.
Lotus. It feels like against Slardar and Bounty Hunter with this corrosive haze and track, you want some kind of dispel or like
went
Greaves that has dispel and armor.
Yeah, he committed for Ghost in the end, which can make him untargetable for physical right-clicking. Great against Slardar, great against Medusa. Pretty damn good against Storm as well, as Storm wants to auto-attack you. Makes sense, but it's also a very selfish item in the sense that you're not giving auras to your teammates, getting towards a pipe or, you know, some Lotus or something that can help your allies. Ghost appears only for your own hero.
I guess the Tinker already has the Guardian Greaves as that aura item for himself. We'll see up at top. Team Spirit again trying to latch on to a target, and they found more than they could have dreamed for. The Wind Ranger bonus kill on top of the BZM Ice Cream Sundae.
We didn't really speak about it too much, right? The Silver Edge, but against Bristleback, this is a great item. Bristleback has a lot of dependence on his passive skill, his namesake, the Bristleback. If you get hit by Silver Edge, you get broken. Rake takes away some passives in the game, including his damage reduction that also allows him to get more quills out. Oh no, have they lost Tinker?
It looks like it.
Let's heal a lot.
He's very tanky.
Jesus, the heal.
Back to almost full health. But Lyle has the damage. And even with the gyro covering fire,
Heal
take it down.
on the Storm. Not too worried about anything. Just keeps going. Storm gets stronger and stronger with all these kills, by the way. He has 25 galvanized stacks now from getting a lot of kills. So up to 28.6 passive mana regen. That is really fast mana regen on a hero that loves mana more than perhaps even Medusa.
Infinite scaling.
Yeah, kinda. Just keep building it. Keep getting kills.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You can see Team Spirit bold in their actions now.
Bottom tower is
Medusa
under attack.
stands there under the tower. Not really a care in the world.
They see
Takes it from-
Beastmaster. Want him. 30
Oh, but he
blinks.
blinks away. Storm Spirit can still chase. And he's still got half of his mana pool to play with. It's very difficult to escape from these kinds of heroes.
That's the superior mobility right there. Very difficult to get away from. And with Roche being up, Don goes straight into it, pings it out for his team, and it was Tundra last time who had the Aegis. If Team Spirit get this Aegis, they're gonna do a lot more with it.
Yeah. And Radiant use a scan, so they've got this, I don't know what the lore is, but the ancients have radar systems. And they know if some kind of enemy, you place it on the map, it turns red if there's an enemy illusion or unit, hero unit there. Green if there's not. So they know that Roshan is being taken, and they've decided to not go and contest it.
I'd still vote for Scan to be called Scry instead. It would just fit the Dota lore a bit better. I know we have technology like guns and stuff, but you know.
Is that MTG copyrighted though?
Scrying?
Yeah.
No.
No?
Scrying is, you know, that's old lore.
Okay.
We're good.
The Farseer to scry for you.
I mean, if anything, the Scan should be more dangerous with Blizzard. They've tried to sue Dota before.
Urian?
Yeah, no. We don't speak.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Spirit.
Teep is in mid, but maybe it's a bit too deep for him to dive him.
Radiant used another one of their scans and
Right.
understood Scry that someone was by the Twin Gate. I don't know if we've mentioned Twin Gates, but these two objectives kind of on opposing corners of the map allow you to teleport through them. And Bounty Hunter there was trying to use that to his advantage to see if anyone was rotating around.
See, we have a nice little graphic for it.
Oh,
So
yeah.
basically, you can teleport without using your teleport scroll, which allowed him to get to the enemy side of things. Tinker is not going to be allowed to teleport, though. His attempt to get back to base is going to be shut down again. This storm is everywhere, man. The mobility. Get an Arcane Rune again, because why not? Arcane Rune reduces the mana cost, and since that is all he pays to get around, he has no cool on his mobility. He's going to join.
Yeah.
Going for that bristle.
That's it. And there's that break. The big tech back showing that his passives no longer work. Poshka does die to this Chrysalis Gyro. The trade on Sax's Wind Ranger, thanks to Laurel and Arcane Rune you mentioned. And very quickly, Team Spirit repurposing themselves. They've killed 3 heroes. They've lost 1. They still have Aegis on this Medusa. So very quickly, they're back into action down the middle lane.
It's looking very grim for Tundra, struggling to get out on the map. They're doing the best they can with limited resources, but we've seen how hard it is for him to get out. And he did, by the way, go back for Glimmer Cape on Beast. So this item allows you to go invisible. Problem is, both the Bounty Hunter and the Star have ultimates that reveal you if they click on you. So this is mostly going to work offensively, not as a saving tool. But he can now sneak up on people perhaps and get the jump on Team Spirit.
Tinker, super dead. This double invis threat of Bounty Hunter and Medusa sneak across the map to get him. Now, you know when things are bad when the enemy team are playing 3 lanes. Right, to play 3 lanes, it means that you've got no more than 2 heroes next to each other, and they're still playing aggressively onto a gyro there, so they're playing 3 lanes and getting the position 1 carry kill. This is close to game over.
Oh, the kill shot though from Wind Ranger gets a kill at least on Slaughter.
Trade out for the Beastmaster though. 3 down, and Storm Spirit going for more, finds the Saxa Wind Ranger, goes straight to the high ground to snipe her out, and now puts Radahn in position with a catapult behind him to take down the tier 3, or at least for now force the Glyph of Fortification, which only delays the inevitable death of that tower.
Gonna buy back. Razorback is kind of dying here. He has to be cautious not to go that aggressively.
Yeah, Radahn still has this break. Uses the Silver Edge, has Aegis for a minute and a half as well, so actually wants to die here, it feels like. When he respawns, he'll have the Stone Gaze if he needs to, and that ability to run away. But they want to play aggressively. Laurel has jumped on the Wind Ranger, has the control from himself and his team. Saxa evades, though, with the Wind Run, so the physical damage and the attacks stop hitting. But Team Spirit have killed the lane of barracks. They've claimed the prize. BZM is going to tank through the onslaught.
Oh, what a
bring him,
shackle.
and now the retreat is being halted. Sax buyback on Wind Ranger lands a nice stun, connects onto 2 heroes, and gets the kill on Miposhka's Jakiro. But it looks like the Medusa is a bridge too far.
Still chasing. They want to get something more, but it's difficult to do so. It's a very low mana, but Storm lurking in the tree line.
I think right.
To go.
If you show a couple of heroes on the front line, Storm knows that the back line is open, and then things get difficult for you.
Storm Slaughter jump is very dangerous because they both jump in and just disable you. We saw Gyrocopter die from full HP with BKB ready. He just couldn't click it on top lane. But finally, they do get to go out on the map a bit. Tundra again losing base, losing racks, but they're on the field trying to do what they can. We can see them playing very tight together. Gyarados game picked off again. And rightfully so. The move from Team Spirits to group up. They actually smoke, so this is always declaring aggressive intentions. When we hear the smoke, the team is looking for a way to close out the game or get an edge at least.
And the surprise jump, we've already seen how fearsome it is. Right now, Laurel, he used an illusion rune. One of the illusions already shackle shotted and killed. The next illusion is sat mid. And way to give vision and information to Team Spirit.
Good job not getting caught. Tundra didn't reveal any hero in a bad position, so the smoke does not find a kill at least. But 21,000 gold behind, and it looks like Team Spirit are just gonna say, okay, you guys come out on the map. We're currently in full possession of the map. See what you can do against it.
There is Radiant Vision up in this Ancients area, so Collapse has been scouted. It's just a matter of getting your Tundra heroes there on top of him. That's the difficult part. And Team Spirit have already regrouped.
And they have BKB on Collapse now, so he has that magic protection. He's got that debuff immunity in the next fight. Really for him. And with the Nullifier as well, it gives a lot of armor against right-click coming in. He's very, very tanky, and they're gonna go for the mini boss again, the Tormentor.
Who doesn't have Shard right now? There's quite a few of them.
Can you name one of the Tormentor's 4 abilities, Gareth?
Oh my god.
Now that's
I swear one of them is called Protection Aura or something dumb like that.
I don't. So alleviation is one of them. That's the relief afterwards. I actually didn't catch all of them. I just saw it. That's 4 abilities. Kind of funny. The Shining is one of them. Which is the AoE damage, of course.
I gotta Google that stuff. Unyielding Shield. That's what I was talking about.
Okay, that is close. Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't really close. I was it.
Yeah, 'cause the Tormentor technically has 1 HP. It's just it has a lot of barrier you have to attack through. Barriers and HP are a little bit different in Dota. You see them above the HP bars. Sometimes it's a yellow bar. That means it's a universal barrier. It will block any type of damage. A red bar blocks physical, and blue bar.
Oh my god! Radan's damage annihilates Saxa. Larl has also found a snipe in that bottom lane alongside Collapse, so we've got 2 heroes dead with no buyback. So this is effectively a 5 versus 3 now for Team Spirit as they approach the Radiant base.
Yeah, this is looking devastating. 60 seconds without your win. It's not the biggest hero, but
okay, we've got an important conversation to continue.
Oh yeah.
2 of the Tormentor spells. So the 4 abilities, right? Unyielding Shield, which I was halfway close to. Reflect, and then the Shining, and the Shining.
Wait, 2 of them are called the Shining? Well, I guess it's the passive Shining they added to counter TA refraction, basically. Yeah. So the Shining is when you hit it, it deals damage back to you, and also it has a passive damage.
Did not know that.
Oh no, Bristle, he's looking the wrong way. He's broken anyway.
No buyback on him either. So Team Spirit, they walk into the base, just waltzing in to kill off core heroes one by one. And the Dominoes, they've been toppling for a while now. Radan's in your base. Whitemon and Chrysalis trying to stand their fight back with a buyback of the Beastmaster, but Chrysalis has died. Cannot go toe-to-toe with his Medusa. And Team Spirit steps away from taking game 3 here and landing in the grand final of ESL 1 Rally.
They're looking.
That's a nice shackle shot. I just don't know if you have what it takes.
He just kills the missile. 3 hits quickly from the Medusa. This Medusa is the monster. I think she can 1v3 them. They don't need to help Radan right now. He can literally just fight them on his own.
Yeah, they run back in Fountain. She steps up, they run back. Now buys a Lincoln Sphere. Radan going to finish off some more buildings. Look at the barracks, look at the tier 4s, look at Saxa just disappear. A little magic trick here from Team Spirit.
Roar is back off cooldown, but teammates are dead, and Beastmaster, oh god.
Yeah, Blink Roar, that's not a celebratory. He's in mourning as his buildings fall. GG called. Team Spirit, the victors in this best of 3. Take the victory and go to that best of 5 grand final, waiting for their opponent.
The first game of tonight that we have here on our newcomer stream, but we have one more coming up, of course. So, you know, this is...
Yeah. That is rough, huh? That is like... that is a difficult game for 33. Wow. And then you got Radan 907, Larl 14, 1, and 15. I mean, it's just a real tough one, but that was Team Spirit firing on all cylinders. Like, sure, game 1 they try something, game 2 they give the enemy what they want and then beat it. And then game 3, there's Bounty Hunter, which is another kind of rare pick, was super cool alongside a Slardar. Team Spirit, going deep into their bag of tricks to pull out some hero counters and some cool stuff to undo Tundra's hard work. So, yeah. Yes. It was. So we've already said Team Spirit through to that grand final. Tundra Esports do have a backup plan. The lower bracket awaits for them with that lower bracket final. And then we have to find out who they face off again. So Paravision against BetBoom, our next best of 3. The winner of that will go through to play Tundra, and the loser will be out. So we'll take a quick break and come back with that next series. See you then. Pee so bad. Should join the lobby first, huh?